So I am
Buy a new 3DS.
going to see what's up with it.
Sounds good to me.
Do I need to get out all the screws? Oh, I see what's wrong.
Alrighty. Hello, hello. Oh, I should turn down my volume. We are live, interwebs. Hello, Mr. Josh. How are you? How were the brownies? Did you make brownies today? I heard you making brownies. It was either you or Betta that's gonna make brownies. Hi guys. Hi chat. Welcome to our stream. I'm the below average Utah dad. This is my don't tread on me snack. His name is Snack. Tonight we're going to be talking about airplanes and guns and parenting. And Ezra, my son, he's here in the background. He's going to be playing Pokemon. He's going to try to beat one of the games in the next hour and a half.
Including post-game.
Including post-game. So we're going to keep tabs on that. He's playing Pokemon
Ultra Sun.
Ultra Sun. I think that's the one that's in Hawaii, or pretend Hawaii. If you're interested in that, you can keep tabs, ask questions. He's going to be playing Ultra Sun. We don't have a way to stream it from his 3DS because he's playing on an actual real-life 3DS. But
and I don't have a capture card.
And he doesn't.
And nor do I want to install one.
Okay, you gotta be quiet. Can't be too loud.
Sorry.
Family fall asleep. Wow, we just lost half our chat. That's okay. So, hi Zane. Hey Marcus, sorry. I didn't say anything. Welcome from my friend. Zane, hello. I cannot read what that says. So if you speak English, that would be awesome. If not, I don't have a translator. But if you understand English, then you're more than welcome to pay attention. Check it out. I've got lots of guns. We've got Pokemon. I've got a stumble snake from the Gadson flag. His name's Snick. Anyhow, how was everyone's Thursday? Who's excited for tomorrow to be Friday? Friday's like practically the weekend because like everybody just kind of gets to do their own thing at work. Everybody's wrapping up for the day. So, you know, Fridays are always nice. Tomorrow's Friday. I've got something fun. Thomas, an H&K Expert 45 caliber or the Walther PDP 5-inch model standard. Nothing fancy. Okay, this is from my experience, Thomas. I would go Walther for the pistol. if you own pistol, I would go Walther. I feel like Walther's more reliable than H&K. I think H&K makes some great rifles and like sub guns, but as far as a pistol, I don't know. I think I would go Walther. I feel like Walther's known for their quality pistols. So, but something fun here. I actually have something even better for you, Thomas, right here. I've got a link here.
Well, for
I think you should get that. Hello, Nix. What's going on? Welcome. Welcome to the Fun V, man. So, for everybody who's unfamiliar, on the Below I've Dad, and every night we turn on our. I turn on my stream, and we can talk about anything you've seen in any of my videos. You can ask me about my guns, my military background, politics, my kids. I don't answer all my questions on my kids, but yeah, we have fun.
And I'll be in this one as well, because I'm...
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Nix. I apologize. Yeah. And then my son, Ezra, is going to be entertaining us with background noise, playing Pokemon Ultra Sun on his 3DS, because he's almost done. He's going to try to beat it and the post game. So that'll be fun.
Just know I'm going in under leveled, but that's okay. I don't think that will matter with the team I'm going into the league with.
Probably not. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys. We were talking about shotguns a little bit last night. I'm going to show you the shotgun that I want to get. It's not a Benelli, but it's a very nice Benelli clone. Yeah, so Thomas, you know where I stand. If
right.
you can,
I'm ready.
Just make sure you're not too close to the gun, so you might have to scoot forward a little bit. You know how I feel about value. If you don't have to spend $1,000 on a gun, don't. Hey Zane, thanks for stopping in. We appreciate it. You have a good night, bud. So, but I think this is the shotgun that I want to get. Everybody, I want some thoughts on it. No problem, Thomas. So yeah, and I've shot H&Ks. That's again my personal preference. I've shot H&Ks and I've shot Walthers. I feel like Walther just it feels a bit smoother. However, I do think that Walther tends to be a little bit lighter frame, so you feel it a little bit more. H&K is not as smooth operating. If that, I think you know what I mean when I say it doesn't feel as smooth when you shoot when it operates, but you don't feel it as much. What's going on, DJ Mr. Enel? Hello, Johnny Singh. I'm definitely not Johnny Singh, but Social Security. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, bud. We don't have anybody. Does anybody else have a birthday? Should we all sing happy birthday to Thomas? Happy birthday to you. I don't know if I'm allowed to sing things that are copyrighted, and that song is definitely copyrighted.
What do you mean it's copyrighted?
The song Happy Birthday is owned by someone. Someone wrote it, and they own the copyright to it.
Yeah, but some things are public domain, isn't...
Welcome from India, bud. Favorite hunting rifle. Hi, Jamie. Welcome to tonight's stream. Favorite hunting rifle. So I had, for a couple years, I had a 338 Winchester Magnum that I loved. Absolutely loved my Winchester Magnum. If my dad ever comes onto one of these streams, if the below average Alaska grandpa ever comes onto one of these streams, Thomas, you and him would probably get he's a military vet, born in the 60s, flew airplanes. He's got some fun stories. He's a fun guy.
That's the guy.
Cool.
That's the guy from the other game.
Excuse me. Yeah, so Jamie, 338 Winchester Magnum. I had a Remington Model 700 because I think everybody has owned a Model 700 bolt action hunting rifle at some point, and mine was chambered in 338 Winchester Magnum, which makes 30-06 look like a little bitty baby. If you've not seen 338 Federal is pretty cool. Or 338 Winchester Magnum, not 338 Federal. 338 Federal is like, it makes 308 look like a baby. So, DJ from India. I don't know the laws in India. Are you allowed to own guns and stuff there? Like, what's that like, man? Let's talk to DJ Remakes here about what it's like to be in India and what the gun laws are like. It really is. I used it to take down a caribou at like 400 yards, and it just dropped it. Hey, Paul, welcome back, good sir. The chat is live and lively, and we're getting questions, and we're talking guns, we're talking politics. My son Ezra is here playing video games. He's playing Pokemon, so we can talk about Pokemon. The sky limit until about 11:15, and then I am gonna go to bed because I'll have to get up at like 5:30 in the morning so I can record videos for you guys. Aircraft. Let's talk aircraft. Let's talk airplanes. Is everybody that's in the chat, does everybody have a favorite airplane? I want to hear what everybody's favorite airplane is. Kimber rifles, quite a bit lighter, so you feel the recoil more, but they are great rifles. I've never shot a rifle. I've shot Kimber handguns, but I've never shot a Kimber rifle, Jamie. So, Jamie says, oh no, Paul says he loves Pokemon. Well, he's playing Ultra Sun, Paul.
I'm going to try and... I've beaten it before, but I'm going to try and beat it again, and all of it.
Where are
post game.
Where are you at?
I'm at the Elite Four.
He's at the Elite Four. He's going to try to beat the Elite Four.
And Rocket episode.
The hardest bosses in the game, and the Rocket episode, which is like...
Even harder bosses.
Even harder bosses. So
and maybe Red.
Let's
all I'm at it.
Let's all root on Ezra as he tries to beat Pokemon on his Nintendo DS.
Unfortunately, I have to fight the hardest trainer in all of the Elite Four and Champion first.
Ooh, Nighthawk or Dark Star? Nighthawk or Dark Star? Are you talking about aircraft? The Dark Star is not... It's theoretical. If you're talking about the one from the movie is very cool. So, we're comparing a UH-60 and a pretend airplane. Is that correct, Josh? I just want to make sure that I've got my facts right. I feel like I can ask that in that way and not offend you, but also like make sure that I am setting proper expectations for me and for the chat. Suppose.
Oh, I forgot to turn on. Actually, nah, I don't need
animation. I'm thinking Blackhawk, so Nighthawk, so like an F-117 and a theoretical SR-72. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You know this tooth that I've been kind of complaining to you? Can you double check if it's an adult or baby tooth?
Let me see.
Because it's been getting very ugly. Yeah.
Well, don't play with it. This one, it doesn't feel too wiggly. I can't tell if it's a baby tooth or not, sis.
Okay.
All right. If you're really worried about it, we can set you an appointment with the dentist and he can get it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. F-117 or Dark Star. Well, the Dark Star from the movie is pretty cool because it was like Mach 10 point something. The Nighthawk is cool because it's blown up a lot of stuff, and it is the open source. It's the stealthiest aircraft to have ever existed. So that's Peel. It had a radar signature. It had a radar signature the size of this little tip that I can turn, of like a ball bearing. The F-117. That's the open source data. You're good, dog. You're good. So, Josh has shared with us the two aircraft that he really likes. He likes the Dark Star from Top Gun Maverick, and he likes the F-117 Nighthawk. Chat, is there anybody else? I know a lot about airplanes. Like, probably more than what is healthy. But I know a lot about them, and I've been in and around a lot of them. So If anybody in the chat wants to ask a question, pipe in, talk about airplanes. We can talk about Pokemon. We can talk about guns. We can talk about whatever you want, because when we do our live streams here on the Below Average Utah Dad, there isn't anything that's off limits until it is.
Richard died. He died to a crit Zen headbutt from Metagross.
Your Greninja did?
No.
Oh.
Richard did.
Oh, yeah, well, that will happen. A fighting type will definitely lose to a second.
Yeah, but he's part steel, and this is the steel guy.
Well, I don't know what to tell you about. So, for those of you that are unaware, are all the Russian planes from Cold War era, or do they have new stuff? Okay, so that's a tough question. So, they have newer stuff in their aircraft, but the basic design between like a Sukhoi 27, like a MiG-5, and a Sukhoi 35, and things like that, the basic airframe design is fairly similar. You know, they kind of look like an F-15. They're a little bit different, but hey, Cody, welcome, bud. But what they have is they like upgraded electronics packages. They have upgraded radar. They have upgraded like electronic warfare packages. They have electronic. They have upgraded like avionics, the cockpits and everything, weapon systems that are on it. So they are newer. They just have newer versions of the same kind of airframe, because you have to think about it. It's really expensive to replace aircraft. So if you can keep the airframe and just replace the internal mechanics, the engines and things like that, upgrade that stuff, then that's a lot more cost effective. Do they have stuff equivalent to an F-16? They have some aircraft that are aerodynamic, because they were outside. They have stuff that's aerodynamic the way that an F-16 is. But an F-16 serves a different role than most of what the Russian aircraft do. They don't really have like an F-16 equivalent, because they just all of their aircraft are always kind of multi-role. There's a few that are single-role aircraft, but for the most part, their aircraft are designed to be multi-role. The F-16 is definitely a multi-role workhorse. That's why we have so many F-35s now, because they're using F-35 to kind of fill that gap, and a couple of other ones that are there. The P-39 is a really cool pursuit from World War II. It's pretty cool airplane. The Dark Star has, so Lockheed Martin, when they filmed, they built a prop for the Dark Star, and I've seen it. You can, if you go to like air stuff, you can see it. And there's some of it that's very well designed, and then there's some of it that's not so well designed. So in theory, there is an SR-72 somewhere. I don't know that they have named it. I don't know that it's called the Dark Star. I know that in theory, a prototype, but a prototype of an aircraft, when they do like aircraft design and everything, a prototype could be a full-scale aircraft, but it could also to-scale like certain type of model. Chuck, okay, hey man, I got a drug possession charge for having weed and shrooms. What should I do? Are you asking what you should do if you want to own guns? Paul, we don't play COD. We play Helldivers sometimes. Ezra plays Fortnite, and he plays Marvel Rivals. And we both sometimes play Helldivers and Borderlands together, and Final Fantasy online. Chuck, I want to make sure I understand. Are you asking what you should do if you want to buy a gun? Or are you just, yeah, since I want to own, but I could end up with a criminal background. So, I don't have a good answer for that. If you end up with a criminal background of possession, you're probably imposed on purchasing a firearm. Now, there's kind of a gray area on building your own, but possession of a firearm still, I would recommend getting a really good lawyer. That would be my recommendation. If you want to be able to own guns in the future, like even in your household, like your spouse or your girlfriend or whatever, like if you get charged with a felony, nobody in your household can possess firearms. It's against the law, because that's one of the background check things. Now, do I think that's right? I don't know. I mean, you have somebody like, let's see. I'm trying to think. I feel like there was a really high profile case recently of someone who was using and possessed drugs and purchased a firearm. Oh yeah, his Hunter Biden. Yeah, he was able to get away with it. I'm sure it has nothing to do with who his family is, but yeah, that's kind of where the hitch lies. I will.
I forgot.
What's your Fortnite name?
Esman Baker.
Esman Baker. One of the guys, Paul plays Fortnite, so. Exactly.
I forgot to buy.
That's true. You could buy a muzzleloader. I think you can also buy air rifles. So there are some very, very, very well made air rifles. They're expensive. They're like the same cost as real guns, but they're like the pressurized CO2 air rifles. I believe that those are fair game, and that they've been featured on like Demolition Ranch and everything. And they're like 60 caliber high pressure air rifles with like integrated suppressors, but you don't like, they're air rifles, so you don't have to do anything. So they're like silent. They're really cool. You could definitely hunt with those if you wanted to go hunting.
Oh, bring it. I was about to say,
you could totally conceal a muzzle loading pistol. You just might not be able to conceal it well. Yeah, one of the chat, Chuck, who made a comment just before you, Chitty. He was asking, he has a charge. He hasn't been convicted, but he has a charge of possession. My recommendation to him was to get a really, really good lawyer. But he's wondering what he can do to own firearms if he if he ends up with the charge going through. Hots and Blitz, Anti-Global Joel, welcome Joel. Man, we've got some new folks in here. Hi everybody. I'm very excited. There's new people in here, and Chuck, Chitty wants to know what state you're from. Hi Joel. Welcome to our stream. Is this your first time with any of our with any stuff, any of my videos, or any of my? I know it's your first time in a stream. I would remember someone named Anti-Global Joel. He doesn't have a CPL, so he can't. Or can you muzzleloading pistol without a CPL? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, it depends on the state that you're in, J-Dog. Thanks, Paul. You have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully my one video that I made will get unblocked from copyright. But yeah, I'll hopefully have some more fun stuff tomorrow. Later. Illinois, Joel. Cool. I'm sorry. It's better than Colorado right now. Colorado is trying to make things absolutely awful. Okay, so a muzzle loading pistol. He's an Argentina guy. Yeah. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
I have to nuke this guy.
Yeah, Yeah, if they have if their judicial system like I'm really sorry for what I did. Here's $500. Then and it goes away. Scumbag Nate. Okay, Scumbag Nate. Sorry guys. I totally want to give you all your due. Nate is asking about Colorado, and I like what's happening in Colorado. Kind of jumps up to the top of my list when people ask about it. So in Colorado, there are there are current Senate bills that are being put into, and they haven't voted on them yet, but the Senate bills will restrict being able to buy ammunition until the age of 21. And if you buy it, all ammunition has to be kept behind the gun counter. It can't be kept out on the floor on shelves. And the employees of the ammunition or gun store have to escort the ammunition to the door. So you can't hold it, you can't touch it until you've paid it, and you're at the door, and they hand it to you at the door with your bag. So that's the ammunition, and this is all part of SB 25, I think -003. On top of that, in Colorado, they are currently trying to ban. It's not okay. Let me rephrase this. It's not a ban. Legally, I can't ban. All right, but what they are trying to do is they are trying to make it so difficult to buy or continue to own and operate a semi-automatic handgun or rifle that it is essentially a ban. Basically, you will have to obtain a special license, and this special license can be obtained by taking a course with your local municipality's police department. If you've taken a hunter safety course, that will allow you to qualify for a 4-hour course that is specific to your municipality that involves safe and proper firearm ownership, safe and proper firearm storage, safe and proper firearm use, proper defensive use outside of the home, victim advocacy for gun violence victims throughout the state, victim advocacy for defensive use gun victims. So they're still calling perpetrators that try to hurt you that you may use your gun defensively against victims of gun violence. And there are some other things. My friends over at Spartan Defense Armory, they have a channel and a show called The Second Syndicate. They talk a lot more about it. They know a lot more about it. They're in Colorado. And hey, what's up, Practical? And the Boomstick Babe, Alicia Garcia, is also a very advocate. She's gone up and she has a couple of cases against the Colorado Senate to try and stave this. But it is coming. They were supposed to vote on it Tuesday and they delayed it. And they've a couple of things where they've delayed it and they have and then they've passed certain elements of it. So it's coming. It's bad. So I highly recommend if you're from Colorado or you have friends in Colorado, like reach out to Spartan Defense Armory, the Second Syndicate, Boomstick Babe.
West Elite 4 member. The first one was the toughest.
Practical is doing a Jackal build, a 300 blackout Jackal build. So let me go back up since I was talking about that for a little bit. Blah 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 blah. I have this in the first place, but I'm in Argentina. Yeah. Might be. We have an FOID card here in Illinois. Yes, Global Joe. It sucks. You have to get like it. It's going to be similar to that in. Oh, Colorado also raised the purchasing age to any firearm, long gun, shotgun, or handgun to 21. So you can military and learn how to do it and use a gun every day for your job, but you can't own one on your own. You could drive a tank, but you're not allowed to own a firearm. All right, FOID card here in Illinois. Yeah, I lived in Illinois for about 2 years as a missionary, and I knew some people that had guns, and it was stupid.
This isn't going to go well, Dad.
What do we got? Nope, it's not go well for that.
For the
So,
opponent.
Yep.
Oh, he knows throat. Oh, never
Let's see.
mind.
Joel, I think that's a very good idea. You should definitely move to Texas. Look up Chitty. He's there. I'm anxious, but I'm hopeful with Cash Patel, Chitty. And the only reason I say that is because there's a couple of YouTube and 2A personality things that I follow on Twitter or X and on Facebook that have, like Brandon Herrera, some of his buddies, some of the folks from Colorado that I mentioned, and a couple of other 2A folks that are optimistic about Cash Patel. I think they're being very cautious. I believe you can, Chuck. I believe that you can. I don't think there's anything against. I know that people do it in Hawaii all the time. They go to gun clubs, like from Japan, because guns are completely legal in Japan. So it's a big thing. Yeah.
Nuke button.
Chitty, have you watched Brandon Herrera's assessment of dismantling the ATF and how that would need to go down? So here's the thing, when it comes to the ATF, guys, the ATF can't just be shut down, and it would actually, okay, so you know where I'm going with this. Shutting down the ATF currently would probably be a really bad idea. Here's why, and this is where I agree with some things. One, it would take an act of Congress. Two, all of the ATF would likely shift over to the FBI. And here's why that's bad. One, the FBI is way better manned. They're way better at their job. Whether you like it or not, they are. And they know way more about how to get around certain things with the law to infringe upon you. So the ATF disappearing like that would probably be really, really bad. In terms of, especially since there's still a lot of like flushing of audio logs that are still in all of these government agencies that have been put in place for the last 4 years. And we know they exist because they've been there before. They were there before Trump was there, and they were put in place by the Obama administration. So just how politics of it. So probably the best thing that we could have happen is someone like Cash Patel or someone else. Cash Patel's currently the current acting director. He's not going to be the permanent director, I don't believe. I think they're going to establish a different director. But Cash Patel being more pro-gun than we've had anyone be there in the past, good thing. We got to gut personnel. They have to work with like the current court cases and that's against the ATF regarding pistol braces and common use firearms, like, and common use items. So like even fully automatic machine guns, pistol braces, short barrel rifles, NFA items. A lot of those are common use, or they meet the definition of common use, which is like more than 1 million devices in circulation. That's the situation. So what I would like to see is it mirrors kind of what Brandon Herrera has said, and I think that Brandon Herrera is a good choice to listen to in this regard because he's someone who I think is interested in politics. He's interested in the law. He's interested in firearms, and yeah.
Champion fight.
I think the concept of putting someone who's more pro-gun in there, working to kind of dismantle some of the personnel that are super anti-gun that work for the ATF, to dismantle some of these really bad policies. What do you mean purchasing device? You're talking about like NFA items? Or you're talking about just guns in general, Nate? I think that would be really good, and then that way, what could eventually happen is it could be presented as a bill to Congress that, hey, we should dismantle the ATF and we should dismantle the NFA, because right now the NFA is all, so you can't just dismantle the NFA. What you can do is you can get the Supreme Court involved, and they can help redefine what is a common item and what falls under the jurisdiction of the NFA. So those are like the best case scenarios that also I think are the most realistic. I don't think they're just going to shut it down and make it disappear. Are you talking about the Senate bills for Colorado, or are you talking about just like within the NFA and the ATF? Nate? Yeah, Chitty, you and Practical, Chitty just got a 300 Jackal. I think he said he bought one yesterday, and so I definitely think that you need to make sure that once did you start Practical, did you schedule your video to publish tomorrow? Is it already built and like in the YouTube algorithm so that it's doing the thing and figuring out where best it'll spread? I agree. I think NFA, Brady, and Interstate Commerce would be excellent choices for SCOTUS to get involved in. So just for reference, Practical, what I would recommend is if you're done editing and filming your video, get it uploaded to YouTube and then so get it all uploaded. Once you're done, get it all uploaded and then schedule it to publish the next day. That way you can get all your text in there, you can get hashtags and all your keyword search tags in there, and then the algorithm will start working on how it's going to disperse it once it launches, so it knows who to throw it out to, whether they're subscribers or not. That's what I would recommend. That's what I do. It works all right. Some people that say it doesn't work, I think it works all right. I think more people are interested in shorts right now, but that's more my channel. So your channel, you've got more long form than I do. Yes, Josh, I do sometimes golf during the summer here in Utah.
Oof, that's an unfortunate switching.
Scumbag. So with Colorado, I don't know when they're going to do the vote. They keep putting it off. I'm not as in tune to it. My knowledge comes from, like I said, my friends that are in Colorado and the social media personalities that I do stuff with. So I would highly recommend, if you really want to know about it, you can open X. If you have an X account, go to X and Google the Boomstick Babe, and she has a lot of stuff on her X feed about it. You can go to her YouTube channel. You can go to Spartan Defense Armory's YouTube channel. You can check out the Second Syndicate. I'll do that here.
I'm not going to get swept by Taurus, am I?
Those are the 3 resources I would recommend to get a lot more data about what's going on in Colorado. I advocate for it because Colorado's right next door, and I know how quickly really bad ideas that may have misinformed but good intentions can spread, and I don't want that to happen here in Utah. Take more people, more views. That's true. Chitty, let me show you. I found that shotgun that I was talking about last night. Boom. That's the Benelli clone that I found. It's not the Panzer. That's a different. This one's different. It's more than the Panzer. It's about 3 times as expensive as the Panzer. But this is the one that I told you Toolbox did a review of, and he said it's almost like, if you can do it, this is way more worth the money to do. Also, for anyone who does not currently have a pistol, I saw this, and it's a legit pistol in my X feed today. I think everybody should probably look at buying that pistol because, yeah, that's a beauty, right? So, 940 Pro Tactical. What's the 940 Pro Tactical?
Crit mattered.
What is the 940 Pro Tactical? Let me look it up. Shotgun?
I was being swept by Vaporeon, Dad.
Oh, it's a Mossberg. Yes. Mossberg makes very good shotguns. I would want to convert it to have a pistol grip, though, if I can do that. That's what I like pistol grips more. I know that they're just the best for like home defense, but I really like pistol grips on shotguns. Oh yeah, it's it's not a hunting shotgun at all. It's absolutely it is a slash defensive tool shotgun. We'll say it that way. um, dude, that sucks. I used to live in Rockford and Belvedere, and Shark. Your next shotgun will have a folding stock. That will be. Is it like an AR shotgun? Or like an AK-47 style shotgun? That's when you have 4 people. I mean, I have an AR for when. I have an AR for when when I have more than 0 people trying to break into my home. I have 3. It just depends on whether or not I need to neutralize the one target or all 4 targets or all 4 targets and maybe then there's car. Yeah, my 6.5 Creedmoor probably not going to be the best. Probably not going to be. Hey Garrison, how's it going? Welcome to the chat, man. Probably not the best defensive AR, but I mean it would send a message if nothing else.
It's not bad.
Utah man,
It's
Utah man. Would say it with a straight face.
All right, that's the Elite Four. I mean, that's
Okay.
that's champion.
All right.
Now I have to watch credits.
So loud in my ear. So, yeah. Utah man detaches home intruder's arm from body with 6.5 Creedmoor round. Because I have like hunting rounds in my 6 Creedmoor, so just whoop. Just be like whoop, pop. Like that scene in Prep where Carl Weathers gets his arm shot. You don't need a laser gun. I've got a laser gun. Don't bring J-Dog. Oh, J-Dog still wants me to. That's what I told him that would be my first purchase. Once I finally get monetized, if I ever get monetized, I will buy I'll buy a Desert Eagle.
Yep. Because a lot of my guys died,
Mm-hmm.
the leading guy in my party, Garchomp, I didn't use him at all during the Elite Four. It's like, you and your Garchomp did great work.
Dude,
Sorry. You and your
have,
Garchomp.
you have grandma
Sorry.
syndrome where you start talking and you just get louder and louder and louder. That's okay.
Good job, Garchomp. You and your Chomp did
Yes.
good work.
J-Dog, I will get a gold-plated 50 caliber Action Express Pistolero. And I'll dress up in a fat freaking pull suit and I'll put it behind me and I'll have the mask on and I'll cut this. Good night, sis. They're like, well, hi guys. Yeah, did you see my gold-plated 50 caliber Action Express Pistolero? And I'll do it just like that. Anyhow. Yeah, just get like an 1894 or 1887. Yeah, just get an 1887 lever action shotgun. Without the full grip. That way you can just straight up like T1 model 808, whatever.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, see if you can get like a 460 SOCOM lever action. I'm sure somebody makes one somewhere. Be pretty sick. Get it all tacticaled out. 460 SOCOM. Unfortunately, Alexis, I'm not gonna part with any of my AR. Maybe one day if I get monetized, I'll do one of those things where I give away an AR. You would just have to pass the background check. So Oh my gosh, J-Dog, your fascination with 50 cal with half ings is starting to worry me. Do you have half-inch envy? Do you have half-inch envy there, J-Dog? Get some envy of things that are half an inch in diameter. That's what I feel like is happening. That tracks. PSA Saber. Oh yeah. I saw the new pistol. I have not shot a 2011. I have mixed feelings on 2011s because 2011s are. I feel like 2011s are one of the few pistols that I tell people like they could be the exception to the always carry around in the chamber rule because they're prone to misfiring when they drop. Staccatos are, 2011s are. This is pretty thoroughly tested by Grand Thumb. So, a 2011? You will or you did build one, Practical, on your channel? A 300 Win Mag? Joel, you want a 300 Win Mag in what platform? Like a bolt action 300 Win Mag? Or like an AR? Because they make them. So I think having a 2011, kind of like having a 1911, kind of like having an AK. I think everybody should have a good pump action shotgun. Everybody should have a good semi-automatic shotgun. Everybody should have, a good AK, AR, a good 1911, a good 2011. Everybody needs to have some kind of Glock. It's just too it's a part of firearm history at this point. The Glock, and striker fired pistols and what that's done. So I feel like that is. I think he wants it for hunting too. But I mean, yeah, 6mm. I have 6.5. Yeah. Hey guys, so I'm gonna talk to Alexis a little bit. This is my AK. My AK is a Chinese-made Norinco. It probably came to the U.S. in the mid to late 80s, and it was held up in customs and converted into either a MAC 90 or an NHM 90. MAC 90 stands for Modified AK. That was the George H.W. Bush Republican administration, might I add. I am not a Republican. I am a constitutional conservative. But I was able to, when I purchased it, it had all of the crap on it that made it not a true AK. And so I took that off and I rebuilt it as a Type 56. And I put the correct parts on it to make it a legal Type 56 that's not a full auto AK.
And snake in a cave.
I think 5.56 AKs are a great way to get an AK platform and have a really reliable AK. It's it's not the traditional round, but they're fun to shoot. It's cheap to get ammo for, and they're solid. Even some of the brands that people kind of like 5.56 AK is a solid thing. So Z90s.
I didn't even realize this, but captions and the credits for Ultrasun are different than Sun and Moon, and it's just leading up to post game. You see Zygarde and it sees post game instead of main game for Ultrasun and Moon, and then you see the guy who was suspiciously evil in the main game who ended up being evil, suspiciously going down an elevator.
Oh.
And he ends up working for Team Rainbow Rocket. I wonder what he's gonna do.
Me too. I'm gonna keep talking to my chat.
Okay.
No, Alexis, you're good. I would if you were an ATF agent, I wouldn't care. I would if you revealed that, I would probably tell you the same thing that I would tell an agent if they showed up in person. And it isn't pleasant. Also, I am not doing anything illegal, and so therefore I don't warrant any type of things. But that's okay, because the ATF and the NSA and the CIA and the FBI and Homeland Security and the DEA and the IRS.
Other than those ones.
I don't know if I left anybody out. They leave out 3-letter agencies that I should have. U.S. Marshals are cool. I like the U.S. Marshals. They're cool. They're pretty badass. Yeah. IRS. Here, it's time for you to do your tax return. Okay. How much do I owe? Oh, you have to tell us. Mayor of SLC. Brett Skinner, welcome to the thing. You said the mayor of SLC. Are you a fellow Utah gun? Brett? Yeah, my favorite part of paying taxes is the part where they don't just tell me how much I freaking owe, so that I can go, well, I gave you this much, how much do I owe? Or, well, I gave more than that, give me back the amount that you owe me. Because they have no problem keeping your money. They have no problem keeping your money if you pay too much, but pay enough, man. Yeah, so.
You said the scary T word. Taxes.
Wait, Jay, are you talking about old Taliban or new Taliban? Because the new Taliban is pretty flippin' armed right now. And as you remember, there was that thing where the Biden administration just like said, and they left all of our shit there. So, there's that. Is it still in the chat? I wanted to talk to Brett. Brett Skinner. Brett Skinner, are you still in the chat? Are you from here in Utah? You mentioned the SLC mayor. It doesn't mean that you are. Just most people, unless they're from Utah and they have to listen to her crap, they don't really know much about the SLC mayor and how she freaking fruitcake. Mayor Mendenhall. Oh, you live during COVID? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I live north of Salt Lake, so yeah, that counts. Next time you drive through, if you stop in or around Salt Lake, if there's a reason to, just shoot me an email on my belowaverageutahdad@gmail.com. Raise your hand if you're vaccinated. Well, given that I have that whole reserve thing to do with the Air Force, I didn't really get a choice. So legally, a minor can receive. Well, I have to double check. In the state of Utah, you can't own a gun until you're 18. So a minor can't get it, but that's okay. Just be in possession of someone else, as long as, if you've got at some point it was probably registered, you can have it registered. What I do is I actually have a trust. So because I have lots of them, and some of them have certain types of modifications to them, so I have a trust. So that's what I do.
I don't think I'm beating post game because it's been about 15 minutes. The second credits are now going.
That's fun.
Too.
Getting pounded by the weather. It hasn't turned into snow yet. Hello, Mo. How's it going? It's jamming with every round. Do you have a Wasser M, Mo? Yeah, what? That's good. We haven't had snow in 3 weeks. It's been 40 degrees for 3 weeks. It's weird. Mo, what kind of jam are you getting, bud? What does it look like? Is it like is it an extraction jam where it's getting caught in the bolt as it extracts? Is it a double feed? Is it just not properly feeding? What are we talking about, man? Well, he has a 9mm one, so that there could be lots of things with that. Because sometimes, like if it's like a Wasser M that's chambered at 9mm, does the original round extract? Does it eject?
Since the credits take forever, I'm just going to assume that I will not be able to.
Practical, you lost your hand in Vietnam. You seem a little young for a Vietnam vet, man.
I'm just going to assume that I cannot beat the post game. That might just be another stream thing.
That could be fun.
Yeah.
But
I get to talk.
Ezra successfully beat. He beat the Elite Four. He beat all the bosses. Let's give him some love.
This was one of my more favorite teams, just
Give
because
some 100s and hearts and claps or whatever. I have an AR. That AR with the red scope. That's okay. So that sounds like a feed ramp issue. So, what I am thinking is going on is either the bolt when it's extracting, either the magazine isn't seated properly because it's not a great magazine. If you try different magazines, if you try different magazines and the round is getting stuck, then you've either got a feed ramp issue, or you've got there's something going on with how far up your magazine is going, so it can't properly feed. It might only be catching part of it, or it might be just scraping the top of the round. Are you scraping brass or anything like that?
at some point in the stream, I shared what guys I used.
I would not want to get shot with 22 or 17 HMR either.
Adios.
Later, buddy.
Later.
Alexis, there's definitely an advantage to having small, like a pistol caliber AK or carbine. One, it's usually a lot less expensive to buy and a lot less expensive to become proficient with. That's a great question, Alexis. So on this channel, I always tell people is the best weapon for you is the one you can afford. Hopefully that's also the one you want, but the one that, when I say afford, it's also the one that you can practice with. So someone who can afford 9mm, because like a box of 7.62 by 39 is not cheap. It's cheaper when you buy it in bulk. You can find it for like 25 to 35 cents when you buy it like really in big bulk. But a lot of ranges won't let you shoot the ammo that you can get that cheap because it's steel cased, or sometimes it's got steel core in it. So what a lot of people will opt to do is to get the AK platform, because it's a fun platform to shoot. It's really, it's normally very efficient, doesn't have issues, but it's very forgiving. Like you can go and polish it. You can use a Dremel on it and do things. Not everybody can afford a jack. Practical. It's not always practical to buy a jackal. Practical. How many ways can I make that work? But yeah, so a 9mm platform on an AK would be a way to learn to be proficient, to get used to the way that 9mm feels in a rifle platform, and then also to have decent capacity and all those things. M18's a good rifle. So I can't get on the PSA bandwagon. I had a PSA AKP. I don't know that I would go the regular AK route, J-Dog, but I like my daggers. I'm telling you, J-Dog, you need to get at least one dagger. Dagger. Get the micro or get the compact. So, yeah, I know Joe when he was still a subscriber and was around, he would talk about PSA like he would SIG, and he wasn't a big fan. But I think that for the most part they have good products, and I think that they try to be affordable for people to get in. Yeah, PSA makes a dagger micro. That's what my tan one is. It's kind of knocked over there. The compact does, because the micro is more like a Glock 43, and even that, it's just a little bit, it's just different enough. But if you want a pretty concealable weapon, I like the micro. If you don't want an inexpensive one, like in an ideal world, I would say go get like a Shadow Systems CR920 combat, because it's got a little bit more upgrades than what my micro does, and then go get the just buy the shield mag or buy the dagger mags for the micro, because they hold 15 rounds, which is really nice. Exactly. And something, you guys have seen some of my videos where I talk about Amazon parts, where about building like doing what's within your budget to build up from there. Like, you can buy an inexpensive AR and you can make it very, very nice by putting a little bit of time and effort into it. Like I said in other videos, if you need to buy less beer that month or buy less cigarettes, don't go to McDonald's or eat out as much. If you need to do that for 2 or 3 months to make the changes you need to do, the upper keeps popping off like that. Is it doing this, Alexis? It's either it's missing the pins, or the pins aren't in, it doesn't have the right size pins, because those pins should lock. They should pop in, and they should seat so that doesn't happen. And I can't touch my ARs, I would show you, but it definitely should be doing that. Did you put it together yourself, or did someone help you together? Like, when you put those pins in, like if you assemble it yourself and you put the retaining pins in, like, there are springs and smaller pins that literally hold it in place. That's what I mean. Yeah, the detent spring. Because you've got the locking pin and then you've got the detent spring. I don't think that's going to happen practical. I fully understand now, because I got an email about it. I know why they do it, and I don't think it's ever going to change. And I actually don't disagree with it to a degree. Hey, what's up, Ghost? They want to prevent someone choosing to unalive live stream. That's why they don't. That's why they won't do it. I think his channel's been down a couple times. Oh, it didn't do it while you were shooting, correct? It just did it when you grabbed it? If it just did it when you grabbed it, Alexis, Make sure it's clear. You know, just pull the charging, make sure it's clear. If you take it to any gun shop that you know has, okay, take it to a gun shop, and I promise you they can help you look at it. If you're really nice and just explain the situation, they might not even charge you for it. If I worked at a gun shop and you brought and it was doing that, I would just show you what's going on. Just take it to a gun shop. Yeah, are you in Texas? Not that that's anything, since you can drive for 12 hours in Texas and still be in Texas. So, Frogger, did you have questions, bud? You jumped in. I said hello. Rifles that. Sorry, change subject. Which one? There's 3 back there. One right there, and there's another one right there. Sorry, Ghost. I didn't mean to ignore you. I was trying to help out Alexis there. Okay, the one. Okay, so not the one with the red, but the really long one right here. That's an AR-10 chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. It's a very long range, very. I mean, all bullets, all guns shoot bullets fast, in the sense that they're loud and fast, but it shoots them very, very fast. It's a pretty big bullet, really fast. So, Josh, I like my 6.5. I know that it's kind of done this, but I really still like it. In 7.62 by 51, I'm assuming, in 308. Joel? Yeah. Standard AR-10. What? Maybe an AK, maybe an AR and AK. Yeah, I've done Chitty. I've done 1,200 yards like milk jugs. I can pling milk jugs without any problems with my super inexpensive Amazon scope, by the way. Go for it, Ghost. Go for it, Frogger Man. If it's not 50 cal, either in a pistol or in a rifle, then J-Dog's just like, no. What do I use? Dude, I just use scope. I do like, I just walk it in. They call him Hurt Locker. No. I like the Hurt Locker movie, but it's also like one of the most unrealistic military movies. No, when I first sighted it in, I went to a place that had a rangefinder, and they had a guy call it out and things like that. So I did that, but since I've sighted in, I just. That sounds like your scope is either having issues or it's not seated properly. That's Joel, you're correct. 308 and 7.62 are a little bit different, but 308 has higher pressures than 7.62 by 5.1. So if I was getting one, I would get a barrel that's specific to 308, not to 6.2 by 5.1. Because they are a little bit different, just like 5.56 and 2.23 are. 308 has higher pressures. Yeah, Frogger, I think that what you're describing, yeah. Because if it's over tight, and then you're shooting it and it's walking back, that would change things. Sure, J-Doc. Yeah. Yeah, that might be, but an SVD and an MRAD they're gonna, the way that they shoot, it's similar, but it's a little bit different. The oil's a little bit different. The harmonics on the barrels is a little bit different. Just the way that they're tightened and attached to the rifle, because they're attached in different ways. I'm not sure what kind of rail you have on your MRAD. I'm assuming it's just a standard upper Picatinny rail, but your SVD probably doesn't have a Picatinny rail. It probably has like a side mounted rail, like an AK or another, like a similar AK platform scope. Is that correct? Yeah, just a stock Picatinny on top for the MRAD. Okay, so my guess, that's correct, J-Dog. Yeah, don't shoot 308 in a 7.62 barrel. You can shoot 6.2 in a 308 barrel. Yeah, with your MRAD, do you have a third scope? I would almost suggest putting a different scope on it to see if you can get a third scope to hold 0. Because if it's not your scope, if it's something about the way that it attaches, you'll know if you can check on a third scope. Because you don't want to mess up your SVD if your SVT is if it's working. Oh, that's a good one, J-Dog. I would love to get a Vepr. I've shot a couple Veprs and I really like Veprs. I would try the different scope just to see if it's the glass, that you're using on the MRAD, but also just there could be an issue with the way that it's tightened, and so that's throwing things off. How long is your barrel in MRAD, and what range are you shooting at? That's another question I should ask. They are expensive. Hey, sir, I'm gonna do 27-inch barrel on the SVD or on the MRAD. What caliber is it? Marco. Oh, those are real, Marco. Welcome to the channel. Hey, I know this is going to sound really cheesy, but if you guys haven't done this, if you could all like this stream, if you could all like this stream, and if you have any buddies or anything, like if you could also share, that would really help the channel. Because for whatever reason, they have been just pooping on all of my videos, and it's not like doing different content. And I think it's because I'm getting higher end subscribers, and so they're starting to be a little more throttly on who they're willing to share my stuff with. Thank you, Marco. Welcome. So, I know what his SVD is. His SVD is going to be 7.62 by 5.4, I think. I'm not aware of that being in anything else. That's what I thought. Well, it's one or the other, man. You got 2 arrows for it? Because it doesn't shoot both. Those are 2 very different. Oh, the SVD is 338 Lapua and the MRAD is 338 Lapua and SVD is 7.6251 NATO. Joel, you should check out, if you like bars, check that out. Check out the H car. It's not cheap, but it's nice. Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay. It's I think that I honestly think it's your glass. I think the way it's mounted, because 338, you've shot it. 338 Lapua is not a gentle round. Neither is 7.60 by 54, but that rifle is specifically built to handle 7.62 by 54. The MRAD is built to handle 338. But what I don't think is going on is because you have glass that is very accurate on one and very not so accurate on the other. I'm guessing that the harmonics and everything and the violence of the 338 Lapua, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that it's jacking with the glass. I would double check and see if there's a specific type of glass that's designed for use in a 338 platform, because I'm willing to bet that your glass is the issue. Lapua it's a wonderful long range round, but yeah. No, J-Dog, not an ACOG. Not an ACOG. Oh, did I show you guys the scope? What I'm gonna do. It's in my cart. I'm just waiting. I think I showed you guys last night, but that's the one I'm gonna get. That's the knockoff. Yeah. When you're using something that's that, like, there's just another term except violent. When you're using something as violent as Lapua, copy and paste. Sorry, I don't know why it doesn't let me do that. Do you guys want to see it? I'll show you. Here. You guys are gonna love this. Look at that thing. Doesn't it just look all futuristic and, man, it looks like it's from it looks like it's from Amazon. What's up, Quick? Oh, sorry. Jitty's over there like, that looks really cheap, man. Boom. Wide angle. Right? hey, better than like the $50 totally knockoff ACOGs. This one at least looks like it's built with, like, it's different enough, but it's not just a complete Chinese knockoff. They're at least trying. Yeah, but what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is spray paint it red and put it on my 9mm. Just to piss everybody off. And they're like, why did you put an ACOG on a 9mm? And I'm like, it's not an ACOG. So I think that'll be my next Amazon. It had mixed reviews. There was one dude who gave it a 1 star, but he wasn't a verified purchaser, so I just ignored that. The biggest complaint that I have is the eye relief, but it's also one of those things, like, I've shot an ACOG, and I think people don't realize the eye relief on an ACOG. It's not like you can be back like this far on an ACOG. It's not like iron sights on a pistol where you're holding it out like this. Like, you still have to get like that far away, and they're saying like it scoped me, and I was like, that sounds like a skill issue. So both of the other scopes are like between $100 and $150 that I got on Amazon that were like $300, but I got them on Prime Day. So that's why I need all the help I can to get monetized, so that I can buy stupid stuff like that and you guys can see it on there. Go for it, Frogger. Yeah, this is Snecky, the don't tread on me Snecky Sneck. It's the Gadson flag Sneck. No, it's a snake that my daughter got from like the zoo, and she doesn't keep it anymore in her room. She uses it sometimes, but she likes that she knows what don't tread on me is. She's seen the flag, and she's seen my like don't step on snake things. So yeah, that's the purpose of the snake. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you there, Chitty. It'll probably be, if I get like good ACOG, it'll probably go on just my standard AR, and it'll probably be like what you're saying, a Spitfire, or just like a full on Trichicon. I'll spend $1,000 on the Trichicon. Dragunov or Seiko, huh? That little kid that was on last night, Brute, who subscribed, he's commented on like 5 of my videos last night. That like 10-year-old kid, he was like, "Oh, you have real guns? That's so cool." Yeah, I'm gonna Hollow Sun. Go with Hollow Sun. Floor. I like Hollow Sun. With Vortex, you get 35% off. That's nice. I think I'm gonna say Seiko, Frogger. I mean, don't get me wrong, a Dragunov's cool. Like, there's history, everything. But I don't know. I'm a value-driven person. That doesn't always mean I get the cheaper one. The one that I think is going to be... Are you getting a... So in that case, the value is it's newer and it should last longer. But Dragunov's a known platform. I'm not as familiar with Seiko as I am in Dragunov, but I have heard good things about Seiko, so that's why I went that way. Floor, for your new slide, are you? I assume you're getting an aftermarket slide, but you're going to keep the original barrel. Is that right? What Glock do you have? Who are you getting the slide from? And that probably means new glass, dude. I guess that's the other thing. If you can keep something, if you can keep something that's sufficient, then maybe that's the better way to go. Like if your SDV works and going dragunov will give you the same round, so in theory your glass shouldn't have issues with harmonics or with the thing. Maybe go dragunov in that case. That way you don't have to spend, not that you can't afford it, but like I'm a believer in, if you don't need to spend money, even if you can, if you don't need to, don't spend it on something else. So you're getting it from aim sir. Yeah, the only reason mine are set up for co-witness with my pistol, Chitty, is I have suppressor height irons on both of my daggers. That's the only reason why I can co-witness on mine. Thanks for coming, man. We try to do a stream every night. If it's not like a full-on interactive stream, then what I'll do is I'll put it up and then everybody's invited. Everybody just comes, and a lot of these guys are return subscribers, and you guys just use the chat and look at the guns and the maps and go for it. Oh, don't do that, Floor. I've got $35,000 in credit card debt. $38 million in card debt. Good night, Joel. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed here in about 10 minutes. Hey, it's Betta. Were they? My makeshift recipe, they were pretty good. They weren't perfect, since I was just kind of going off the top of my head what I remember the last time I made brownies. Good night, Floor. Hollow Sun, 507C. Yep. So that's cool. I think we've had a dream tonight, guys. Go for it, Frogger. You need my help. If you send me an email asking me to give you $300 so that you can get it from the Crown Prince of Zimbabwe, I cannot do that. They're totally battery. This dude's got fucking, sorry, totally dropped the F-bomb. He's sitting here talking about MRATs and Barretts and SVDs. He's like, I want to buy my first pistol. Sorry, I'm not trying to make fun of you. It was just funny. It was like, I don't own a pistol. I've got all this other shit. Who? Oh, thanks, man. Manufacture on the 44 Magnum. So there's a couple people that make 44 Magnums. Ruger makes one. Smith & Wesson makes one. Colt makes one, yeah. I think Taurus makes a pretty decent. I think they make. Do they make a 44? I can't remember. I think they used to. They might used to make one. So I'm going to ask a really dumb question. I'm going to ask a really dumb question, Frogger. Not that I'm trying to be a fanboy, but is there a reason you don't just buy like a Glock clone or a Glock? It can be. Some people think the reason is this going to be your EDC pistol? Like, do you have a license and you're going to carry this? You're going to learn how to become proficient with it? He's like, never mind. There are dumb questions. When you see my eyes divert this way, it's because I'm reading the chat. And because I'm autistic and just looking at the camera, looking at all of you deeply. Okay, then get the Wilson Combat. Because you're not going to carry a freaking 44 Magnum. Yeah. Yeah, get the Wilson. If it's going to be your EDC, get the Wilson. Yes, I do want to hear something crazy. That's not a bad choice. You can post any pictures. That's what our Discord is for. Any pictures and stuff that you want to share with the class, you can post those in our Discord, or you can post them if you guys follow the Facebook page. You guys can post them on my Facebook page on the Below Average Utah Dad, not a personal one, but on like the personality, I guess, page, whatever the hell you want. I almost made it through this chat without dropping an F-bomb, but I didn't. I usually do, but then Ghost is like, I want to buy a pistol. Talking about all this other stuff. Yeah. Man, I really, really pissed off some liberals today on Facebook. Oh, here we go. Yes. Yes, a punt gun is an excellent everyday carry. As long as you use bungee straps on the hood of your car, it's not technically mounted, and so therefore it's not a mounted weapon. It's just usable. I'm waiting for Desert Eagle to release a micro 50 AE that, has 3 rounds. Just 3 rounds. Do it jiggle. Moose hat. Yes. Check it out. Correct. It's got 1 inch of barrel. That's it. Because the round is bigger than the barrel. Hey J-Dog, he does have a Barrett 50 cal, just so you know. A 20 gauge Derringer Goose. Welcome to the chat. I know I said hello, but welcome to the chat. A 20 gauge Derringer would be painful. See, if you continue to show up to the chats, you'll learn, Ghost, that J Dog lives by one philosophy: if you carry it wrong enough, everything can be a pistol. Oh, Goose, you are going to get along with everyone in every one of my subscribers that's currently active in the chat. You have found the right place. We are not fully sane. Yeah, just I've got a video of me conceal carrying my AK with the stock folded in my sweatpants. Pulled it out like nobody's business. I got another video of me getting a trench coat. Didn't even know it was there until I pulled it out. Put a pistol in a brace, turns it into a gun. Makes it a higher caliber gun, higher caliber bullet come out of it. So, all right, guys. Exactly. I mean, what is life without a rebel in the pants? Probably everyday life for most of us. Yeah, if you put a pistol brace on your car, it doesn't turn it into a tank, it turns it into a Maserati. It makes it go faster. It's science. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna do my thing. I'll put up our little friend. It is that time. If I can get, damn it. Sorry, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Nope, that's the only time it doesn't. And in fact, if you do that, it makes it more micro, Goose. There we go. Yeah, if you put a pistol brace on your tools, it goes from being a micro penis to a ultra micro penis. It's true. So, all right, you guys can continue to chat amongst yourselves, get to know each other. Check out the other socials, like, subscribe. You guys know the routine. Several of you, this is not your first time doing this. I gotta get up very early so you guys can continue to use the stream chat. I've never shot. I mean, you're asking if I've hunted an alligator or shot the gun? The link for Discord isn't working? I've shot an alligator, the animal. I have not shot an alligator, the gun. Okay, I will. Hold on. For those of you with Discord, get your phones ready. Get your phones ready. Here we go. What is a Discord? It's an app that you can. It's like a messaging app, and like a server app where you can go and you guys can put things. It's very cool. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get there. Copy and paste that, guys. There you go. Don't click on it. Just copy and paste. So Frogger, everyone in here is fairly autistic, so we all have little quirks that come out every once in a while. Yeah, it happens. It won't copy and paste. It doesn't let you. Okay. Give me a second. The hell? Why is my... Let's do this. Man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it this way. I promise I'm gonna get the Discord link working. Okay. On the... Perfect. Also, I just updated the link on my profile. So the link on the profile should be working now. So you guys should be able to do that. Are you in Florida, Frogger? Are you in Florida or Mississippi? Because you're giving off some Florida and Mississippi vibes, bud. So, okay. I'm going to go to bed. The chat is up. The Discord is up. You guys do your thing. You guys stay active. Always stay strapped. Always keep around in the chamber. Don't give in to the woke ideology, even if that means being a below average dad. Later. Okay, dogs. Let's go. Coco, come on. Come on. That's what we do, Goose. I leave, but you guys can continue to use this or use the Discord. You guys can have fun, check out the pews, try to figure out the maps. You guys have a good night, man. Come on. No. Okay. Okay. Ash, Coco. Ash. Good boy. Good boy.